Good morning and welcome. Sorry. Hello, if you're new here or this is the first time you're ever watching this video, this is the long, unedited form of my day at work. I do this 5 days a week, or as many days as I'm here. If I'm at work, I'm streaming. So today we're diagnosing, this has a cam crank correlation code. It's got bad timing chains. The chain tensioners extended all the way. Basically the chain stretched. So what we're going to be doing is taking apart the top stuff to Borescope down it. We're going to do some leak down tests or whatever to determine if the engine is good or bad. So if the engine's good, then we're going to do a timing chains on it and get it running again. Granted, this thing does have 275,000 miles on it, so I didn't specifically advocate for it, but if they want to fix it, by God, I'll fix it. I will do my best. So let's get started. If you don't want to watch the whole long form, I do also make shorter videos out of the content that I make here. So if you are interested in, say, like what I'm going to do in a minute, I'm going to make it its own video and trim it down nice and small. Try and get rid of all the excess fat. But if you like to hang out, then by God, please come by. It's fun to sit around and chit chat while we get some work done. And so I'll pretty much make the same spiel again in a minute once I start recording. Good morning, Toffee. So first thing we got to do is get off all the nuts. Nuts.
Is the CC transmission?
Yeah? RCC?
No.
Oh, yeah. I told him to call him like Friday or Thursday or something. Yeah, that's done. I told him it was done. What they did after that, I don't know. Damn it. There we go. Because they're double nutted, sometimes people put them on a little too tight and they get stuck. There. You know, that's something I'm not really sure about. But no. Visibility. Public. Save. I don't know if that means the VOD's going to be unlisted or if the whole stream is unlisted. That's the thing that confuses me. I think it's good now. Public, blah, 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 playlists. Automotive VOD archive. I'm still getting used to this. Trying to make sure we get everything right. Thank you for noticing that, Toffee. I appreciate it. Ah. You need my expertise on what? What?
Those two bolts that are in the bottom are studs.
Yep. Stud extractor.
Okay.
Eric's got them. But yeah, you'll take Eric's stud extractor and just pull them out. And then use it to put them back in.
Just do this. Just do that.
What? Do you want, okay, then difficultly get out the studs and then bitch and moan and complain as you put them back in. Then is that more of the speed that you're going at?
No.
Just like you got it in pieces?
I want them exactly the same.
Well, then take it apart and start over. But he's already done half the work for you. This is I don't understand how this isn't easier.
I mean, turn the timing belt off of that road.
Yeah. Yeah, that is. That's a big old difference when it comes to the timing belt installed. Really? You can't super chat if it's unlisted. Okay. So that means it must be unlisted on YouTube. It doesn't say unlisted anymore, does it? Because I set it to public. Yeah, privacy public. I just gotta remember to do that before I start the stream. I hope it doesn't like inhibit its ability to be found if it starts off unlisted and then change to public, but I don't think so. Because we got 12 playbacks, so. All right, I'm gonna start recording stuff. Hello and welcome. Oh, this is the totally, damn it. Stop recording. Let me update the overlay so that way it matches what I'm doing. Yoink. What were you saying no to there, Toffee? Is ghee. Is ghee. Fancy-tastic. Fancy-tastic. Am I going to be able to reach that? Yeah, we'll be able to turn it from down here, be able to get up here, do a leak down test. Okay, cool. That was what I figured. Oh, Toffee, you know me so well. I'll ask a question and then immediately forget what I asked. Where am I? Who are you guys? Also, I want to get more of my random antics in here because I enjoy doing random antics. No. Hi. Good to meet you, traveler. With Stormwind or with Isengard? See how many nerds I can piss off at once. All right, that's silly enough. Hello and welcome. We are going to be working on this 2015 Volkswagen Passat with a 1.8 liter 4-cylinder turbocharged engine. It has a chain rattle, really bad chain rattle. So what we're going to do is pull off all the coils, and it's also misfiring and it's running like crap. So we're gonna make sure, we're gonna pull out all the plugs and coils, and we're gonna scope down in the holes to make sure we don't see any love taps from valves to pistons and things of that nature. And so we're gonna start with that, and then if that's good, then we're gonna do a leak down test to make sure it seems like the cylinders are sealing. And that's all I can really think of to ensure that the cylinders will do a thing. Because I don't know if a compression test will work, because if the chain's off, then it might not be timed correctly. We just got to make sure it doesn't have any internal engine damage. So that way we can do a chain set and have success. So right now we're just disconnecting everything. I'll like fast forward this part. Come on. Up you go. used to be a mechanic like you till I took a tire to the knee. And then New World came out, and you decided you didn't want to be a mechanic anymore. I was over there breaking all my stuff. Jesus. Yeah, it was Jason. Sorry, Noah. I'm blaming you on Jason on your... blaming you for Jason doing stuff. Off, off, off. Thank you. Now, to be prepared, these coils, if nobody has messed with them in some amount of time, which I don't know how long that's been, can be very frustrating to get out, to the point that there is a special tool for it to get these coils out. Hopefully I do not need it, but these things get, incredibly stuck, and that one is not bad at all because somebody has put dielectric grease in there. So yay! So other than a compression test, not a compression test, a leak down test, and checking for physical damage, I don't know of any other ways to check to make sure that the cylinder is good. If the timing has gone so bad that it could damage something, I can't think of one. If you can think of one, leave them in the comments. I'm sure there's something I'm missing. I just can't think of it right now. There we go. All right, plug time. Can't remember, are these regular plugs? I think so. They just have a little funny tip at the end. The Snap-on guy soaked you pretty good for it. Ooh, that's pretty tight. A compression test wouldn't work if the timing's off, is my concern. Because there's a cam crank correlation code in this car. Because the timing chain is so stretched. It runs like poop. So, well, I mean, it's because 100 or 10 years ago, $100 cheaper would have been because your money was worth more money at that point. Well, that's what a leak down test is. I'm trying to make sure the cylinders seal. There we go. Number, oh God. I don't understand why they want to put money into this engine. Oh no, I'm the, in case you're unaware, I'm the Volkswagen mechanic here, so these are all the same. She's definitely an oil burner. They want to do $2,500 worth of chains on this thing? But I guess the used car market's so crazy. Not even, I mean, I'm sure that the chain's stretched because it makes a hellacious rattle noise when you start it up. It gets a little quieter, but then it runs rough, and Oh, that one's good. That one's not bad. Must have changed that one lately. All right, let me go get my Borescope. Not the one I have for my computer, sadly, because both of those are crap right now. Yep. Jason's putting the Subaru engine together. And I think he's having panic attacks about it. Because he took it out like 3 weeks ago. All right, power button is right here. And it runs S video. It's kind of depressing that these Borescopes are so excitingly bad. Yes, if you don't mind, definitely press that like button. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, etc., etc. Let's go down and have a look. Ruined. Kind of hard to tell if anything's damaged in there. Let's see if any of them are more obvious. I might have to rotate the engine over and move the pistons down a little bit more, because they're all like dead in the middle. Yeah, we're gonna have to move this around some. I guess I'll pick. Yeah. Holy crap! Do that so I can see the piston. 24. Oh, that one's going up, so that means the other ones went down. Good enough for me. The only problem is I can't really turn this that much in there because this thing's so big. In. Trying to see any like witness marks. What is that? Is that chunks of metal? Let's check 4, see what it looks like. Very oily. Could be oil deposits came off the thing. Ooh, this thing stinks. There's the back of the valve. Nah, lost it. Trying to get this thing to do anything is not helpful. I might have to get out my own scope anyway. I don't see anything down here. I see what looks like. We got him. That right there, that shiny spot worries me. A little bit. And there's more junk. Again, maybe, uh-oh. Oh, come out. Well, engine's trash, my camera's stuck in it. There we go. Right down there at that 4 o'clock position is real shiny. But I don't know if that's a spot where a valve even could hit, because I don't see like excessive eyebrow shininess in the spots where the pistons can fit. This thing's got 275,000 miles on it. Like, this engine isn't known for its longevity. Those chunks, though, and this is the cylinder. All right, well, let's do something else, actually. Let's scan it real quick, because it was misfiring on the way in. And I'm gonna scan it real quick and see which cylinder that was. If it's cylinder 1, then that might be chunks of stuff that are not doing well for it. Let me wash my hands some, though, because I'm really greasy, shockingly. Oh, because I'm sticking my hand down the crank, to the crank, and all of it's very moist with oil. To be fair, I do think that it's not worth fixing, but I thought that before we called them up, and then they talked about it for like a week or two, and then they were like, well, let's fix it. And it's like, okay. Did we not condemn it properly enough the first time? Got me a haircut. Whoop, whoop. Ooh, Rotax, you're in trouble. Panny said you've been talking shit about me this entire time. Panny said, I don't know, man. He's been saying some not nice things about me when you're talking to Panny there. He threw you under the bus. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I agree. I think he would be better off buying another car. And you know, if he wants to feel better about his decision, if he was to sell this car, I wouldn't buy it. I don't want to. How can you help on YouTube? Be here, share it, like it. All the normal things that you do on YouTube to, you know, boost up things. All right, scan it. We're gonna have probably ignition codes because we have the coils out. All right. Oh, cylinder 1, 3, 4, and 2. Fantastic. So it's misfiring all of them. Copy codes. Notepad. Bingo bango. So we got data bus. Received error message. Intermittent. Confirmed tested since memory clear. Fuel pressure regulator valve. N276. Open circuit. Oil pressure switch. Malfunction. Intermittent. That means it went below oil pressure. Reduced speed threshold for oil pressure switching. Evap leak detection pump. Current erratic. Evap emissions control system. Incorrect flow. Cylinder 1 through 4. Misfires detected. And data bus. Error message. Camshaft position sensor. Engine speed sensor. Incorrect correlation. Confirmed. And camshaft position sensor. Intermittent. Implausible signal. Fantastic. Put the word live at the end of the title? Okay. Yeah, other, like, you know, good suggestions such as that. Yeah, because I'm trying to remember to, at the end of the day, change the title to VOD. I put VOD in parentheses at the beginning so that way people, it's very obvious. Like, this is just kind of your broad stroking thing. Also, I'll be leaving early today, so we'll have an editable video also when we're done. How else can I politely condemn this car? Extreme oil consumption seen on the plugs. Oil pressure switch issues. We pulled the plug out and looked into it, and you can see that the timing chain stretched all the way. Better engines, like $5 grand. Set it on fire. That'll take care of it. I'm sorry, sir, your car is trash. I just very much don't think that they need to put any money in this car. Like, if it was my family's car, I would be like, it's not worth it. And even if it was my family's car, I might be like, I'll throw a chain on it. I'll just get a chain and just slap that on as haphazardly as I can to see if it'll get it to run another, 6 months or something. But I wouldn't expect this to last a long time, especially based upon all the oil it's burning and the codes for, like, oil pressure switch. Clearly it's run low on oil before. And that greatly concerns me because I might do all of this chain work and then it's still trash. Even if the cylinders hold pressure, it's just going to sit there and consume oil left, right, and center until there's nothing left. And then they're going to be really upset because as mechanics, we also have to keep in mind the fact that we're going to be the ones working on this later. You think they're going to take it anywhere else after they got all the work. Well, ever since you touched it, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work right. It's been sucking down oil. It has to be something that you did. It wasn't doing that before. It wasn't burning oil before you touched it. It couldn't have possibly been doing that. Nah. Not a bit. Not a bit. Good morning, sleazy. Celtivo. She's a burner. She's an oil burner. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Okay. Yep. First car of the day. What you doing?
Getting a car.
You going to get a car? I guess do a leak down test. Well, I guess if we did a leak down test, we find out the rings are blown out, then that's also a bigger deal. So, let's see, get my leak down tester. Then we gotta bring it up the top dead center. Leak down tester. Let go of my hose. Thank you. I got the Matco one. But that damn Matco guy ain't been here in a few weeks. This should be turned all the way off. We'll find out though. Either I'm gonna swing the engine around or all right. Good. Pop, 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 pop. Where's a big zip tie? So I can stick it in cylinder 4 because that'll be the equivalent of cylinder 1 where it comes to top dead centeriness. Oh yeah, we're like way down. I think I put it all the way at the bottom. Now the question is, are we going to be on the compression stroke or the exhaust stroke? There you go. That should be top. I hear it through the, seems like we're on a compression stroke. With 34 PSI, we got, what, 10% leakage? But you can see it. I took the cap off, so it blew out all the smoke. There you go, you can kind of see it right there. It's not smoking because it's hot, it's smoking because pressure is going through the crankcase. Which I expect there to be some leakage, but I don't know if that's too much. Also, I don't know how you guys do it, but I tend to just roll it up. I mean, it doesn't seem to have that bad a compression. Sorry, you can't see it. But you can definitely tell it's leaking through the past the valves or the piston rings. but it's not terrible, but it's not good. So let's try another cylinder. Because I think to set this, you're supposed to plug this in. And then slowly turn it up until you get it on set at 0. And so then I would take this and then plug this in here. And like I said, it's leaking a little bit, but nothing terrible. Pass the rings a little bit. Nice. We'll get there one day. On to number 2. What is this? It's going to be 1342, so let's go over to 3, because that should be the next cylinder on the compression stroke. So my old boss told me that it's probably the best idea to use a zip tie instead of a screwdriver or something, because 1, you're not going to scratch the piston, and 2, if for some reason you do manage to get it in there not at a straight angle and it gets pinched, it's a zip tie. It shouldn't do anything to the engine. There. That should be good. Good morning, everybody. I keep forgetting to do that. So we'll set it back to set. 0. Oof. That one's more leaky than the last. So either A, it's not 100% sealed up. I hear it through there. Do I hear it through the intake? I need to get something off the intake so I can hear it. And you know what we'll do well? Taking out whatever this is. Let's see, looks like a map sensor maybe? Don't know. I just gotta make sure I'm on the right stroke and I'm not doing this wrong. You know? Why do they have to have a screw and clips? Also, in case you're wondering, baseball season, or not baseball season, but yeah, it's a map sensor. Starts, oh, I gotta tell them up front that too, because it starts next week, and I gotta leave a little early from work to make sure I make it a brake ball practice in time. Yeah, I hear it through the intake. I hear hissing. Yeah, it just pushed the piston down. So I was trying to make sure I was at top dead. Whoa! Still connected to my. And the question is, which way did it move it? Actually, if it just moved that all the way down, this one should be Depends on which way it moved it. If it moved it backwards, it might have pushed it back. I mean, the map sensor's gross. It's dirty and oily. No, I think we pushed it backwards, actually. With the air. Yep. I think. Try it again. So set it back to, set it 0. Yeah, we're still getting the same measurement. Again, I'm pretty sure I'm doing this right. Not 1,000% sure. Because, ironically, I don't have to do this very often. So every time I do it, I got to relearn how to do it. What do I do with my zip tie? There it is. Just other than making sure that I'm on top dead center of the compression, that's about the only thing I'm. Because I guess if I was on top dead center of the exhaust stroke, then the intake or the exhaust would be open, but it's holding pressure, so. Oh, I think we're a little too far. Yep, there. So now I'll put it in 4, because it'll be 1, 3, 4, 2. So after we check 4, then we can go back and check 2. Because again, I don't claim to be the best mechanic in the world. I just try to do my best. All right, plugged it. Set to 0, and then still leaking pretty good there. So not great, but not the worst. Let's go to 2. Zip tie. Can tell where I've been rubbing my hand against the inner side of the frame over here, and that it's been leaking for a while too. So again, since it's a four-cylinder, these 2 pistons are currently down, and those 2 pistons are currently up, because these 2 match each other and these 2 match each other. So. Darn it. Almost. Right there. So I go until this stops coming up, and then just a little bit further, because this will hold still where it's kind of like going over that little top part of the crank stroke. Do set. Oh Lord. That one's not good. Where is that coming from? I hear it too. I hear it in the crankcase. Oh, I hate the intake a lot worse. I don't know if you guys can hear this. Can you hear this? Let's give it a shot on the microphone. I doubt you can hear that. So we got 40% leakage on cylinder 2. I'm going to do cylinder 1 again with the same measuring style, because I think I've got the hang of it now. But hey, you don't get better until you practice it. And we're practicing checking for leak downs, especially now that we have an engine that we know is probably leaking, at least somewhere. My arms look really long, thanks to, but yeah, that cylinder was definitely leaking more through the valves, or God, through the piston rings. I always get that, why can't I ever get that right? All right, might need to back it up just a shade. There. All right, was this tight? Yep. Yep. And then turn it down, set it right there, then plug it in. Yeah, that was not as bad. But I do hear it through the pistons, through the piston rings in there. All right, so generally not good. There is something else I would like to take apart, and seems like a good suggestion. I don't mind it. Which we're gonna pull off the turbo. You know, this has got them big old mirrors. I wonder how well they work. I'm more worried about dropping it in the engine, though. Where are you going?
In another car.
Get in another car? You look like a sunflower.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I wasn't sure if you were going to take that as a compliment or not. I'm thinking mostly rings are worn out. Maybe a little intake valve damage on this number 2 cylinder, because we heard it pretty good out of here. Confirmed Missy sighting! Oh my God! And anybody that's watching the VOD, she's our coworker. My wife's at home. I'm having a stroke. So I'm gonna pull off the turbo intercooler line and see how much oil's in it. Let's get an oil bucket for the inevitable mess. But I was supposed to have a GTI here for a pre-purchase check, but they called up and left a message over the weekend, and they were like, yeah, we're not going to be there. Okay. I guess they decided they didn't want it anymore. Come on. Ooh, so you guys that are playing A New World, have you guys decided what servers you're on? Because, I mean, I have the game, I haven't installed it since the beta. Well, I played the crap out of the beta. So I don't mind not being first, honestly. Like, I know there are so many people there that are like, gotta be first, gotta be first. Be the first to 60, whatever, because it can mean success. But I just want to play the game and have fun and screw around. Not really much. I mean, it's got some, but I've had worse. It's all right. I mean, I don't know if it's like a paradigm shifting game, you know. It's not like it's changing the way we play video games, but if you like good consistent stuff, then it's fine. Like I said, not the worst, not the best though. So, is the turbo leaking? Sure. Or is that just PCV leak by? Possibly too. Hello. Not the greatest looking thing. I could run a cranking compression test, but I mean we have all the cylinder, we have all the plugs out. We could just do a regular compression test. Listen, I told you I was having a stroke this morning. Clearly nobody was listening to me. Clearly 100% of a stroke. That's why I can't say the word valves or pistons or piston rings. Oh, for the love of Pete. But the thing is I'm sure that our compression test is probably going to come back crappy because the timing's off. Oh crap, I didn't finish my coffee yet. Look at me. I still have a little bit of sugary goodness. Quite cold at this point, but you know what? I don't care. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's got a cam crank correlation code because the timing chain stretched. That's why I was doing a leak down test and not just compression test off the back. So I don't know how good a compression test is going to do. Because if the chain is that far stretched, then it might just be hanging the valve open. Just enough that it leaks out pressure and won't fire correctly. And maybe it will if it has new chains on it, but at this point, I think it's like a 50-50 shot. Like it might clear itself up and start running like a good engine again. The thing that I have noticed about these 1.8s is that the only way I've seen them come into cam crank correlation is if the chain is just stretched that much. Because the 1.8s, their guide rails and stuff are very, very tight. So like you have your camshaft here and the guide rail comes up like this. And so it keeps the chain on there because it's really hard to put on. The chain's easy to get on as long as the guide rails are off. The guide rails are on, you're never getting that chain off. How do I know it's stretched? Without opening the hood, the loud rattling noise when I start it. The obnoxious rattling noise when I start it. Sounds like somebody's hitting on the top of that engine with a drum, and it's a steel drum, except it's plastic, so it sounds like a plastic smacking. Wonder how much it'd clean itself up if we put the bloody plugs in it. All right, you can go back to your home. We might double do that cylinder 2 again, because that was like 40% leak. We'll see what the compression test turns up. If it shows the same cylinder with a same kind of lack of compression, then I think we're gonna have to call it for that. Noah, when was the last time you did a compression test? In school? Cool. What'd they tell you to do? What do you remember? Take out spark plugs. Connect the pressure tester. And then what?
Turn it over like 4 times.
So in school, I think it was like 4 to 6 times they told you, but old guys would be like, just spin it over until it stops going up, which it should do. You want to see the first puff and et cetera, et cetera. You want to see how much it goes up the first puff, et cetera. Oh, I remember what I was doing. I was unplugging the injectors because I need the injectors, not the fire. Don't need no fuel in there. So I'm going to do my best to try and help you practice this without me being wrong also. Just get this. Bloody I just need a longer pick tool. That's what I need. Yes, much better. There we go. That should be the injectors on this. It's just the injector harness. There we go. So that goes just down to all the high pressure injectors. All right. So you want to hold that little compression gauge. Make you do 2 things at one time. 1, hold the compression gauge, and 2, see if you can make it so where they can see it. So we're gonna spin it over. Probably gonna go like 5 or 6 rotations. If anything explodes, tell me to stop. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, what was that? Where did you hear that come from?
It was just a loud click. I didn't actually hear it. It jumped up to about like 130, 140 on the first.
155. It's not particularly good. These should be like 175 or higher because they're turboed.
Oh yeah.
The spec's like 175 to 200. So it was like 155 for 2.
I don't know what was clicking.
Let's see if it does it again. I didn't leave anything in the engine. I got the camera over there.
Yeah. Got oil in it, right?
Maybe. Actually, let me see.
That's a good question.
I think it does because I'm pretty sure we checked this the first time it came, when it came in. And
I just remember the chain being loose. And that's
yeah, I mean,
what really
it's got enough oil that
it's not gonna
it's
hurt.
low, but it's not gonna kill it when we're trying to spin it over and test it and crap. I wouldn't want to drive it like that.
No.
1, 2, 3. Well, that doesn't sound good. That sounded like it got way worse. Did you get any compression off that one?
Not really.
Oh my. Well, if we didn't have a problem before, we do now. That had like 50 PSI.
Yeah.
Where'd you hear that coming from?
I honestly couldn't tell you. It's just super loud.
I wonder if doing a compression test with a loose chain allows the cam to jump.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, it sounded like from here.
It just sounded like it was coming from the top somewhere.
Oh, from the top somewhere.
Yeah, it's pretty loud though. So.
Well, let's see what our camera says. Did we kill the dead car? Or was it dead before we started? And we just managed to make it dead the rest of the way. I don't see anything in there. I mean, the only thing I've been seeing in this is that like shiny stuff right there at the top.
Shiny piece. What does that say? I could turn it over if you want to stand over here and listen to it.
Yeah, we'll do that in a second. I just want to see if there's anything like, look, there is it, there it is, you know.
Yeah.
That one's just got the valves open. Granted, that number, what, 3? That was number 3. That one did not get us like any compression. Yeah, go spin it over. Let me listen to it too. All right. Yep. Okay. That is coming from the chain here. Yeah, it sounds like the chain's slapping like crazy. That was like 170. This one's okay. But I bet you number 2 is not so good. Or sorry, not 2, 3. Yeah, it sounds like this is making all that banging noise, which...
Just slapping around.
Yep. All right, go spin it over. I want to check 3 again. And also I'm going to put the microphone right here so they can hear that. You guys can kind of see that too. Go ahead. Yep. No compression on 3 to speak of. Because I didn't depress it. It's 70 PSI. But that's the noise inside the chain. Oh yeah, that's either a jump time or... But how would it only affect 1? Oof. Oof is the name of the game with that. You remember how to do a leak down test? Not really. So I guess let's try leaking down 3 and see if something changed from when we last tested it. Because we last tested it, 2 was at like 40%, which is not good.
A certain amount of pressure and then wait a certain amount of time or something like that.
So let's put it on 3. Now we got to get our strapping young ratchet and our zip tie. Yeah, I think it's a pretty safe bet that there's no saving this engine.
Yeah.
Or any money put into it is not worth the effort or the cost. That chain's slapping real bad. It's burning oil like crazy. Look at the tips of the spark plugs.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah. Which we can look at that a little closer on the on the microscope. I got a little USB microscope that's pretty handy dandy notebook. All right, we'll see if maybe it's a top dead center compression, maybe it's not. If it leaks out too much, then we're on the wrong stroke. All right. So back this off a little bit, and so it'll put those up. You want to set it to 0. So you put it and just rotate it until it gets to 0, and then Wrong stroke maybe. Because that's 100% leaking. So let's go around again. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. In. I guess we could have done cylinder 2 at that point, but oh well, that ship sailed. Ow, my finger! I just smashed it. So if that means 2 is on, then the next one's going to be 3. No, 2. I guess the next compression would be, if it's 1, 3, 4, 2, and we just tried 3 and it was on its intake. I mean, this would have to be its compression stroke because I just went through 1 and, yeah. So that means 1 was probably next. No. Anyway, I'm going to sit here and confuse myself. I keep thinking about it. The longer I think, the more confused I get.
That happens quite a bit.
So if I had the piston all the way up, then it was on the exhaust stroke and it was starting the intake stroke. Now we let it down, so did the intake stroke, and we went back up. Now it's on the compression stroke. Should be. Nope. Whatever it is, gave up. Whatever it is, gave up. But the problem is if it jumped timing, I should be able to at least get the valves to close with it. No, it might not ever actually shut the valves if the change jumped. And it's leaking out of. So we went from it being not good to being really bad. Probably the exhaust. Can I hear it out the tailpipe? Maybe? Hard to tell. Well, I guess we'll have to go to cylinder 1 to make sure that one of them seals up anymore. Crap. Question is now, will it even start and run out of here? So it's either going to be 1 or 4 is on their compression stroke. Ooh, look at that, very close. Oh, looks like 1's good. Damn it. There. Yeah, 1's sealing up pretty well. So that means if we got 1 right now, definitely on the compression stroke, then that means the next time 3 comes up, it should be on its compression stroke for sure. So that means if we go back to 3 at this point, because the firing order is 1, 3, 4, 2. That should be sealed. Shut up, it's not 1325. Isn't that what I said, 1324? What did I say? Did I say 1324? Or did I say 123? No. 1432? I don't freaking know. Yeah. Noah doesn't remember. He's got the memory of an average stoner from high school. What did you just say? I said the building's on fire, get out! Yeah, we still got nothing. Still got 100% leakage. Oh, it's 1324 versus 1342. Yeah. Whatever it is she's done. I'm gonna have to check you on that one though. Now I'm gonna have to look it up. I was wondering if that was a feasible thing. Hold on one second. Let me make sure I do have the right firing order on this car. But hey, you know, dyslexia is a thing. Granted, that's not just about getting things backwards. Come on, all that, I'll load up. You can do it, I promise. I won't be upset. Tune up. Firing order. 1342. See, I was right. Stuff it. 1342. Did I not say 1342? Because it starts at the beginning, goes to the middle, goes to the end, and goes back to the kind of the beginning. I don't know. Good thing we have VOD replays. You guys can be like, look, see, you're an idiot. There he is. He said it. He said it wrong this whole time. I am smarter than the YouTuber or streamer. Thank you, Justin. Don't try and with me right now. I'm doing deep diagnosis and things. The last thing I need is somebody screwing with me. All right, well, let's do this then. Here's another suggestion of attach the tool and then slowly rotate the engine. And we'll see if it ever locks in. I don't even know how many times I've turned it yet. Let's see. Seems like we're all the way at the bottom. That got easier at the bottom. Oh. Well, that was one rotation. So, surefire. Yeah, we're on the intake stroke now. So that means I was on the compression stroke because I hear the intake opening through this hole. So now it's doing the intake stroke, and then the next time it comes up, it'll be the compression stroke. So that means I just did the exhaust stroke. We're doing the intake stroke now. Yeah. I heard him start closing. It's doing the compression. It's doing compression, but it's not actually sealing up the cylinder. I can't imagine what valve would be open right now. Intake still. Yeah, we're at the top, and the intake, I can still hear the intake making noise. No, that's not. All right, she's dead. She's a dead one. So whatever happened was the final straw. Now the question is, what happened? Did the chain jump when we were doing the compression test? Because it went from spinning over okay to making a lot of noise. That's about all I can think. Well, that is an interesting question. Ever since you touched it, it blew up. So, I guess we're gonna have to figure out that one. I will pause the the video recording for now, and we will come back to this after I go and chat with the front. The pipe of the turbo was a little wet. I'm not really upset if it killed the engine, because I think it saved them headache. Not just us, but them. The question is, would that have happened had I put on the new chains, or would it have happened if I didn't run a compression test, or would it have happened eventually anyway? And is there any, like, you know, physical engine damage? Or is it just that the timing's off, and so it's hanging the valve open? We can check back down in there again. Put this piston down at the bottom. Also, it falls under Eric's mantra. Didn't design it, didn't manufacture it, didn't sell it, didn't buy it, didn't use it for the past gosh long however much time. I'm just here because you broke it. No, it's the same look to it. But it and 2 have the same wear spot. Does 1 have that? Not quite. 4. Whoop, just drop that on it. Because at no point have I actually had to, like, fight the engine over with the pistons out. It gets a little tight. Yeah, that's weird. No, that one's got the same marks. Oh yeah, that's how I know you're trolling. Because you're saying Fiats are good cars. Next up on the docket, I need to order another Borescope that I can hook up to the computer. We got the money. I just hadn't done it yet, so I just need to remember to do that. Go text my lady and be like, "Oh, hey bug. What's up, sunshine? Come on, let's get off my toolbox." Stupid spooter. Stupid spooter. That's what it gets for climbing all over stuff. Hold on.
There's two of them, but I don't. But the other one's on the.
Now you done fucked up.
I'm thinking of it.
You done fucked up. One goes like that here. Like this. Yeah, just leave it out.
Well, that's where. So look it up.
Oh, look it up. Well, that would make more sense. It's cool. Find the other one. There's no one marks. That way, if you make sure that one fits there, then well, okay, that one's got to go a different spot. That one, that's the. Yeah. So this would be this side. It goes to that one now. That's got to be that one. comes in now. See, we're smashed flat too after that time. Yep. Don't worry, we'll get it. We'll get it. Hey, Jason. Just so you know, it's almost like we have another Subaru outside that's assembled.
All the way out there.
Oh my goodness, you have to walk all the way outside to find out if you put the cam sensor on correctly.
I bet that's fucking 30 steps, dude.
That's right, it does run. It runs fine. And while you do that, I'll go ahead and pull the engine out. Well, I mean, if we don't have a new engine for it yet, I don't think that's a good idea. Then we'll have the transmission hanging there.
Well, we just push it back outside to leave it until you get that one done and put it in there.
No, we'll just drive it into the hole and do it then when he's done with this one, which will be today, because Jason will be ready. He's got this.
It'll be sometime between now and next year.
Now and next year. Good, good. So,
That was so stupid.
so maybe next time you disassemble an engine, you want to go with a box method?
Or just, let it sit for 3 weeks.
Just let it sit for 3 weeks with the
Actually,
parts
it wasn't 3
with the
weeks
parts
long,
everywhere.
wasn't it?
I mean, 4 weeks, 5 weeks. Doesn't really matter how many weeks it here's. If you get the box method, then you know where everything goes. And you know what order you took it off in. Well, you would if you wrote it down. Jason's having a crisis. He's trying to put an engine together. They forgot how it goes together. If you guys wouldn't mind hitting that like button or various buttons that help algorithms, I greatly appreciate it. Speaking of which, I need to share the stream on Twitter. All right, so my tweet says, do you like watching slow and controlled catastrophe happen on the regular? I sure do, so let's watch together. Come join me every weekday on YouTube. I hate you, IPA. Are you trying to encourage good habits? But the problem is I don't know if they're a good habit. I'm gonna be like, hello, my name is John, to random person. Have you hit like and subscribe on my, wait, this is, never mind. Ignore me! Hey, pies. Oh, I gotta make sure I change my title on stream, or another stream. Linky, 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 link. Yeah, I gotta work on doing that stuff too. Oh man, you're going from 0 to hero.
No. I need to set this up.
Backwards.
Huh?
Backwards.
Oh, shit.
Ooh, don't drop anything in that engine.
I know, right? I just need to figure out this part. Trying to figure out where the shit goes.
The thing that kind of worries me is I have this feeling that in order to get that sensor out, you're supposed to have the timing belt off.
Right? But where does it bolt to?
That's what I'm forgetting at the moment. Thank God we have another Subaru.
We know it goes through here. I gotta be missing a bracket or something.
They usually don't put a sensor in a damn bracket.
My memory's fuzzy on cam sensors. Jason, that one might be the crank sensor.
Huh?
Or one of those is a crank sensor in it because it goes right there. I know that for a fact.
They don't fit.
That one don't fit? Okay. So that's what this one is.
Oh, this?
When you have the intake straight.
Yeah. Some beach.
All right, I'm gonna go pop the hood on the Subaru out back. Jason can't remember where the cam sensor, how the cam sensor bolts in. I think we're missing a bracket or something. But I also believe that we had to. I think we're gonna be working here with Jason for a little while. We're gonna play Can Jason Figure It Out? It bolts to the cam cap. Doesn't go through that.
Looks like it picks up off the back of that
Yeah.
cam gear. Just couldn't imagine it.
Here's.
Did this come with the new motor?
Yep. Came in just like that. I thought it went in there something like that.
Yeah, but ain't no place to bolt it.
I don't know why this. I don't know how this is so complicated.
This one ain't got that.
It doesn't have a hole in the.
Well, it's missing the van.
There's something we're missing here, and I don't remember what it is. There's a hook piece missing. No. That goes there. Just shove everything other side.
The cover that's on there obviously is not going to work. So where's the cover that came off the motor?
Looks like I'm missing.
That bracket?
It looks like it's some sort of.
Yeah, that's it. That's the little bracket. Yeah, I don't even see the timing cover. Jason has made a mess of this area. The cover might still be bolted to the cylinder head.
No, okay.
Oh, you do?
You gotta find that bracket.
Yep. I think that bracket bolts to this hole there.
You didn't send it off the cylinder head, the whole cylinder head, did
Maybe.
you? Did you not get them fucking back?
I've been asking for that. That must be what happened.
It is the only logical explanation.
Not an explanation. Could have lost it. Throw it out.
Fell off. I think that's what happened. Either it fell off and it's gone forever, or it's on the cylinder.
Well, let's just electrical tape it on there. That'll work.
No, somebody knew they were true goddamn cylinder head.
Them dig dag cylinder heads. Well, go ask if you can go get them then.
I don't need that. To continue,
Depends on what you got to take off to put it on.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Hey, Panny. Angry. So what have we learned today?
I've learned nothing.
You've learned nothing?
Too frustrated to learn.
You've learned that organization is key to a successful rebuilding?
I got all my parts.
You have all your parts.
I have all of them.
You
Except
have
for this
all,
one
except
little
for that
thing.
one part. You have all the parts except for that one part, and he has all the parts. He's taking notes from other people in stream that just take parts and throw them in a pile on his toolbox to make sure that it's an
very
organized
organized
pile.
pile.
Yeah, it's a very organized pile. Everything
All
is.
This is how it's supposed to go. Look, that's
Head
all
bolts?
the head bolts. That's every single one of them. I hadn't lost one.
Valve covers. So where are all the bolts that hold down all these brackets?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Just they're
Here's
here
two.
somewhere. There's some bolts.
Ask me what bracket they go. I don't know.
Your head bolts aren't even in the right order, man. God.
I don't think it mattered at this point. Now I'm just waiting. Well,
Waiting for what?
to get out of the bathroom so I can ask them when I get those heads back.
Mm-hmm.
And then hopefully that's, yeah, because the little bracket goes right there. And I bet you do have to take this off to get it on.
Quite maybe, possibly. I'm hoping that it just holds on with one bolt here, uses that as a set, and then sits
I
there.
think that's what it does, but, well, maybe I could just take
I'm also worried that it
Cover
uses
off
this
again.
cam bolt, that cam bearing bolt.
I don't think so. I don't remember for sure, but I don't.
So how many Subaru engines have you pulled out?
This is either the first one or the second.
First one or the second one?
No,
And-
I've done one, yeah.
So second one.
Yeah, but
You didn't have to take the other one apart. You were just swapping
no,
it.
I just swapped it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And so your second attempt of doing an engine swap, we went with organized chaos over there.
It's not that bad when I can do it like back to back.
Well, you know that's not going to happen though.
I mean, usually I don't have to wait a month or however long it was. Usually it's like,
But you just want to be prepared for that at
3
all
days,
times.
maybe a week.
Depending on your memory where it comes to car repairs is never a good thing.
And I really didn't have to take that much apart.
No, there's just stuff all over your toolbox. That wasn't that
Most
much.
of the intake. Most
Yeah.
of that stuff on the toolbox I'm not even going to use.
Yeah, most of the stuff on the toolbox you are going to use again.
Nah, about half.
All the brackets and all that stuff. Yeah, you're not going to do the timing belt stuff, but you wouldn't need that in the first place. You'd be getting new gears and bearings. Not gears, but new bearings and stuff.
The main part of that was remembering how everything went.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't have to remember that.
Nope. Now you don't have to remember how that went, so you can just go ahead and delete all that from memory and
Problem is I got all the stock and fancy football bullshit. Dude, I know like every single name of fantasy football. It's not like I tried.
yep.
I don't know why.
Well, that's because you're interested in the fantasy football. You're not interested in doing the engine.
You know what's crazy about fantasy football? That I found out, or football in general? I don't think there's not one, white cornerback.
There's not one white cornerback?
I don't think, no. I think they're gone. I don't think they exist anymore.
They've gone extinct. To be fair, I would get a rag or two and like do this. Just yeah, make sure we don't get any accidental intrusions while we're sitting here waiting for stuff. Why would I poke a mentally unstable man like that? Are you saying Jason is mentally unstable?
Or not today.
He's not today. He's not mentally unstable today. Just on an average day, he is. What does that matter? Oh, goodness. So we need to get cylinder heads for that. That was my only car thus far today because, like I said, I got to leave at 2. We have orthodontist appointments for the kiddos. So I have to leave a little early, and it's 10:44, so I got to leave a note for my wife or a message. Yes, look at those eyes. So, do we put that back together? I guess. So, as we were discussing it, because the thing that bothers me is like and this is something I want to, this is a conundrum that I want you guys to answer. So doing the leak down test was a reasonable test. Doing a compression test to see if we had compression was a reasonable test. So if something broke while we were doing the compression test, I don't see how, is that my fault, or is that just crap was gonna break and it just broke? Because up until that point, the engine has been running, air quotes, running. It has kind of worked. Not great, but it's kind of worked. Golly. So I feel guilty because I feel like somehow I did something wrong and I can't think of what though. That's the point. So we have this moment. Shall we play a little game? Let's play a little game of what is on the spark plug. Seems like some fun content. We are going to use my little handy dandy microscope. Got this for a few dollars. It's like, I think it's like 20 bucks. And it's handy because it's just USB. You just plug it in, hold the power button, then come over here to, if you are trying to do this and you don't stream or do anything like that, you can still use OBS to output the video for this and put out a video file. I should probably teach people how to do that. So let's go here to Borescope. So we go here, go to this general UVAC, bingo bango, we have ourselves camera. Oh, that was it. So now we can look at the plug itself. Let's see if we can't put it maybe here. Turn the LEDs up. And we can zoom it better. Oof. That plug does not look nice. There we go. Now the question I have is scientifically, get something to point with. It's got a very small tip. What is that? That is, I assume, carbon ash from oil burning. It's pretty hard though. Like, it's really hard. Yo.
Tell Jason they were still on, but I'm going to get them.
They were still on? Jason, he said the bracket's on the head. He's going to go get them. Yeah. Well, you can still look. Don't rob yourself of knowledge. Jason's almost got the hood up. I should have just stayed quiet until he got the hood up. This is coolant? That's what this white deposits are? Or is this detonation and misfires? Also, does that look melted or does that look like deposits? Because I think it looks like deposits on it. I think we still have the electrode here, but also something else that I notice. Come on in frame. We're missing chunks of ceramic down here, because you can see that we're missing quite a few chunks of ceramic. Oh, there went a piece. That's right, whatever that is. I mean, this we can just be like, yoink. Hold on, let me get the, this thing's hard to set up. That is a chunk of whatever came off of the plug. Ceramic, it looks like. So here Yep. Because you can see the electrode. It is hard to navigate this thing. And I have a spider web. Darn spiders making their homes where they shouldn't be. So that's one plug, which is going to exacerbate those oil burning issues, especially if it's scratching the sidewalls. Maybe what we heard come loose was a piece of this, or because let's see, that's plug number 2. This is cylinder 3's plug. This is cylinder 3. Yeah. But it's certainly been wearing out. That spot, or not that. Can't tell. Is that's not the ceramic. This is the ceramic part. This is just the electrode, but isn't this ceramic around it right here? Or is that just buildup? I don't remember what these looked like before they were in there. But let's also see if we can get some of this little crap off. Well, I don't know what that just came from. Clearly I'm number 1 surgeon. I thought there was something loose. Either way, I'd say these plugs are pretty shot. Look at the numbers. PLFER7 alpha 8EG. PLFER7 egg. Let's see. So, oh, I see what you want. You want to do that so you can look up PLFER. Google it. PLFER 7A 8 EGAD. NGK spark plugs. PLFER 7A 8 EG. That is a terrible picture. They can make that any tinier if they tried. NGK. Aha, here we go. Laser platinum. That looks like it's supposed to be metal. So that is kind of part of the electrode. Yeah. I think that is melted. Anyway, I hope this is... Yeah, they melted, so probably detonation, probably running a cylinder too hot, probably causing all these problems. Carbon deposits, various things like that. What else do we want to look at under the microscope while we got it out? wonder what my cigar looks like. My prop cigar. Oh. Uh-oh, I broke it. No, I broke it. What's up, Heretic? I believe Panty would like to have a discussion with you, Heretic. Because I feel as though you guys have some unresolved issues that you need to work out between yourselves. No, stay on there. Stop moving. Interesting. Tobacco. Well, cool. In case you're wondering why I have a prop cigar, it's so that way I can talk about Bat Country and other things of that nature. And it's totally in character. The zoom on this thing's very good. I like it. Yeah, I think it's like, it might be $50. I don't know, but this is really cheap. It's damned if I know. I don't remember where I got it from, but you can Google it, or it's on Amazon. It's on like Amazon Prime, and you can get, I think it's between 25 and $50, and it's really good for if you just want to screw around and look at stuff. I don't know if it's good for like super science, but you're not gonna like cure. Well, you can be like me and just break it like that. Isn't that fucking fantastic? I just totally accidentally dropped it. Now it came apart. Hooray! Nah, I just popped the cables out. Well, you can fix it. I'll be sad if I broke it. Yeah, we can fix it. Figures. Just pulled the cable out of the connector. Yep, me and my new tools. Somebody had to assemble this thing, so stands to reason that I should be able to do it as well. There, got that attached. Well, IPA, if it helps you, I spent 5 hours yesterday basically debating Panty as to why my move to YouTube was a good idea. Oh, this is gonna suck. And he just wants me to stay on Twitch. I think I got it. Don't touch anything. Don't touch it.
This was the only reason I wanted you to stay on Twitch, LUL.
Thanks, IPA. Why are my alerts not? My alerts are on. Why didn't that show up? Aha, good. Whew. Don't worry, boys, we saved it. Still works. Oh, yeah. Yes. We did it. What is this? I will not drop it again. Promises. Promises. Super chats are already set up. Oh, you mean set them up to talk? To be like text to speech.
If there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it.
I just think Panny doesn't like change. Also, I have to notice that there's several people in here, and there's not quite that many likes on there. So I'm gonna remind you, because I know you don't come in here thinking about hitting a thumbs up button. So if you could, that would be great. If you can't, then I'm sorry that your finger's broken. Yeah, and Panny. Are you still here, Panny? You don't like that you get a receipt for every transaction? Why wouldn't you want a receipt? Isn't it digital? Or do they print it out and send it to your house? And you just get like a bunch of junk mail. I guess it's at this point. So, let me wrap up the VOD, or the recording part that I have. So, basically, how we put this. So now we have no compression on 3. We had 40% leaking on 2, 40% leak down on 2. It's burning oil. It's probably burning coolant. It's either detonating and overheating the plugs. It's just generally running like crap. Is it salvageable by putting timing chains? No. I don't think it's worth putting timing chains in by any stretch. Unless we're gonna do like a cylinder head and other stuff. I think you'd have to do rings and pistons and stuff too. Maybe not pistons, but at least rings. I don't know why I have the hiccups right now, but I do. So, that's it for this car at the moment. It seems like it's quite dead. And it's dead in the sense it's not worth the money to fix it. Not dead as in, oh, it's unrepairable. Everything's fixable. It's just a matter of how much money can you afford. It's not fixable if you can't pay me. So, well, that's it for this particular edition of this. If we do any further, if we do swap the engine or do whatever to it, then of course we will make some documentations of that. Documentarians? I don't know. But anyway, thanks for watching. Leave a like, subscribe. I'd appreciate it. Have a fantastic rest of your day. There. Recording's done. Now I can yell at Panny all day. We gonna yell at Panny all day? Is he gonna be in here to be fussed at, or did he run away? More content for the content monsters. Yeah, he was here. He came in. He said, I'm sure Sturs or Hushter will answer that. Jason is merely challenged. Burherder. You took your gerbs and dangled here with your Jaren. You're welcome, chat. And Subaru Boxster, by the way. It is litty around here. Cool. Yeah, I was, well, I don't know, there wasn't a whole lot of debate. It was mostly just me yelling at, it turned into me mostly yelling at Pandy the whole time about me switching over to YouTube. And him trying to tell me that that I'm not going to be successful over here, basically, is about the main thing. Like, I built this whole community on Twitch. Why would you leave all that to go over to YouTube? You don't let the mods do their jobs, and then you complain about a toxic chat, and then you go over to YouTube. Nah. He's blaming Dave. Make them do wheelies. Question is, do I bother putting the plugs back in? I guess so. Hopefully it'll run out and we can clear the bay. I guess at this point, though, it doesn't really matter how well it runs as long as it does run. But yeah, I streamed on Twitch twice yesterday, in fact. I noticed Pandy didn't show up to the second stream. I noticed a lot of you didn't show up to the second stream. Many of you did, though, and I appreciate that greatly. Because some people even bought popcorn. It is all Dave's fault. Do we bother torquing it down, or we just tighten up the plugs and call it a day? And then hope it runs. What time last night? Oh, it was like 8 p.m. Eastern. So apparently me and my youngest son we're going to be doing a playthrough of Borderlands 2. Or sorry, Borderlands 3. So I was like, well, do you want to do this? And you just want to stream it when we play this? He's like, yeah. Okay. We can do that. The child so desperately wants to stream all the time. Poor kid. Doesn't know what he's getting into. He thinks it's all fun and games, does he? Mm-hmm. Thinks it's all lollipops and sunshine. Mm-hmm. Ah. There we go. Hey. You want me to make a YouTube gaming channel to upload to as well? God, is there no end to your your need for my entertainment. Ah! I stream for you 8 to 9 hours a day. No, we want to see all your gaming stuff too. No, do this too. Ah. I'm just giving you crap. Giving you crap. I want to see everything you do all day. Bunch of weirdos and your internet stuff. Love you. It is nice to get to see inside people's lives, though. And you know it's for judgmental comparison purposes. Oh, well, we're not that bad. Oh, we're better than that. Oh, this is terrible. Oh, look at what he did. Oh my God. Are you not entertained? Duh. And that is exactly how you don't put on those plugs when you want to get those plug wires back out. But also, yes, the consumption of coolant that is clearly visible is also not particularly good. What you waiting on for the solstice? Solus?
Approval for battery and air filter.
Battery again?
Yeah, I tested it and it was like 88, 68.
Oof. That thing's a pain in the butt to get in and out.
Yeah.
You gotta take off like this bracket and there's another bracket. This whole little piece comes off. But I don't think you can do it on the lift or something. Yeah. There you go. Now Noah gets to do battery and an air filter on a Pontiac Solstice. Solstice, or a Solstice. So I guess we'll follow him around for that, eh? I'll be a cameraman. You eat McDonald's?
No.
What you eating? Just went to the bank to deposit all them fat stacks of cash. Well, yeah, because I'm going to want to get it out of the bay. Jimmy Dean? Isn't that just your name and anagram for Jimmy Dean? What time is it? Oh, it's 11:14. It's a little early for lunch. But, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh goodness, the chat over here is trying to catch up. My studio. Woo woo. More subs today. We're doing good, boys. We're doing good. Our analytics show positive growth, and that's always good. Got lots of activity. What's this red car? This is a Pontiac Solstice? I think it's a Solstice. Yeah, or Solstice. Sorry, S-O-L-S-T-I-C-E. Solstice. Pontiac. Isn't it the same thing as the Saturn Sky? Yeah, man, it's a Pontiac. Ack is what you say when you see it. Now I was gonna have to play the figure it out how to get it apart game. So when you're done figuring that out, we'll make a video about how to get that apart. Maybe we should go look on YouTube, see if somebody else has one. Then we can make our own. Studying. We're making a short. We're making a short, Noah, and you're the victim.
Alright.
No, you can lay down there. Did you figure it out?
I think so.
You have a flashlight? Create short. We're going to view the mechanic in his natural environment. It is a funny little car. There should be like 8s.
Thought it was an 8.
It might be a 7. I don't think the 8 fit. Try it. It's not. Is it a 9?
It's a 7.
Oh, it's a 7. Oh, you had a 6. I thought you had an 8. Ah, yes, the mechanic in his natural environment. Don't act too quickly or he might scare him. They frighten easily, and they run back into the bays where they belong. Here we observe one replacing a battery in a Pontiac Solstice. You need to fire up New World an hour before work ends so you can start in the queue. Ah, yes, the mechanic in his natural environment. Don't act too quickly or he might scare him. They frighten easily, and they run back into the bays where they belong. It's silly and stupid, but hopefully somebody will find it funny. All right, did that work? See, that's the lovely thing about me and YouTube too, is I don't know why, but I have like access to all sorts of beta stuff on there. And it's just because I'm so bloody old. Content. Yeah, the Mechanic Nature Show. What should I title that one? Yeah, Panny. Where you gotta go? You gotta go do your time? I mean your mileage? Get shareable link. The fender well is loose. Faded AF. Oh, it's not my car. That's just a car. It's a customer's car. But thank you, Billy. I guess I'll eat lunch. Let me go find out if anything else has shown up. I mean, maybe something else has shown up and I can get that out and work on something else. Until then, feel free to watch Noah. Noah, you're a star.
Oh yeah.
bracket out in here. Get the battery in and out easily, huh?
Hopefully that's how it goes.
That's the key. You could probably just unbolt it from here. There's a nut on the underside of that. And then I think there's gonna be 2 points on the other side. So I'll let you get it out. All right, where you're gonna get this thing out? Because we got a Jeep Wrangler we can look at.
No start,
No start.
ignition switch. What year is it?
I don't know. 2010.
Probably an ignition switch.
Probably an ignition switch. Uh-oh, Noah busting out the knowledge.
I know the Wranglers have problems with ignition switches,
He knows the Wranglers have problems with ignition switches.
especially if it's over 100,000 miles.
Huh. Is it because people put too heavy of keys on the ignition switch when they're hanging it off the...
Pretty sure it's the connections in it go bad,
Hmm.
but I know it starts to feel kind of loose. Like it
Hmm.
starts to feel like it doesn't almost go far enough.
Hmm.
So
Doesn't want to turn far enough to like get to the run or crank position, so to speak. Yeah. Well, let's see if we can get this hocus pocus to start. Got it pulled in, but it was a challenge at that point. Let's see how much more noise it makes now. Yep. I mean, it's got wreck damage on this side too. So like, this isn't exactly it's not exactly a nice car with 300,000 miles on it. But yeah, the customer's deciding on what they want to do. Well, listen for some rattling while we watch Noah also do that. Did you drop your sockets?
I did every
Oh, goodness.
every single one.
You know what really helps to start a car? What did I forget, Noah? I forgot to plug in the injectors.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you might need fuel.
I might need fuel to go someplace.
Spray some spark cleaner in it. It'll run.
That would work. It's not gonna fire off anymore. Out, she must be pushed.
He is dead. She's done for.
Took her last breath.
Final resting place.
Your last rites. Go with God.
May she rest in peace.
While you have this beautiful entertainment here, I'm gonna run up front and see if I can't get this Wrangler to start. If I do, then I guess I'll pull it into the flatbed. Noah doing his best job. Replacing a battery in a, what is this, like 2002 or something? Anyway, it's Pontiac Solstice. He took off the side skirt, which is sitting over there, away from everybody. And then undid this little bracket, which has three tens on. There's one there, one there, one there. And then you got a little bracket right here that you gotta take loose, and now he's getting the battery out. But it's very convenient once you do this. I did this one time, and I didn't want to take off that side skirt, so I took out the fender well. This way is much easier. So I would recommend this way. I also had to pick it up and take off the tire. And then I had to take off this bracket. And I was like, this was dumb. I made the wrong move. I spent way more time than I needed to. And then the battery barely fit. But at that point, it was like, we're doing it this way because I did it. That moment when your pride can't be suffering that much.
If it's gonna fit, it's gonna fit now.
Yep, we're gonna make it fit. We're gonna make it fit. So if you have any questions, comments, feel free to leave them for myself or Noah. We'll be happy to not answer them immediately. All right, out front looks like we might have a dead starter. So I came back in to grab a couple things, although the connections are really loose. Ooh, I gotta change up my tags on here. Excuse me. Where are the bloody tags? Ah, here we are. I hate having to figure out all these. Good enough. We'll start with those. Added some tags. No, John Boyd. That type of hood is not friendly, or mechanic friendly. And yes, Justin, I did remember to plug the injectors back in after I tried it the first time. But at this point, I think the chain jumped. I think the chain did jump, and it jumped further. If it already jumped in the past, then it just jumped further, is my thought. All right, let me grab my tools that I'm going to use to try this. Trying to get this Jeep to start. For starters, I need to whack the starter, and then I also need to tighten up the connection. Hey, look at there. She works. Success. I'll be right back. Nope, no click, no turning, no spinning, no nothing. It doesn't even do what the Volkswagen does. It just goes like that, precisely like that. Lights come on, yeah. Like ignition switch, it could totally be the ignition switch. Cause like turn the key on and try to go to crank and just nothing happens. Well, the other problem that they do have with that car is that the battery positive connections aren't good. They're very loose. I can turn them, but I can't tighten them because I need to take the whole connector off, and like it's an aftermarket connector that they don't have attached well. But I don't think that's the issue because it's not like I don't lose all the dash lights and stuff, suggesting that it like lost continuity.
Yeah, you still got power.
All you're going to do if you're protesting is be sad. And all you're doing at that point is just hurting it. Hurting the community even more. And also, if you would like to change your YouTube name to match your Twitch name, you can totally do that. You can go in Discord, and at the top, there's a little pin button. You can click on it, and it'll show you pinned messages. And there's a link to a YouTube video that shows you how to change your YouTube username, so that way you can change it to whatever you want. And you can change it to say something different than what your Google and stuff, or your Gmail and stuff is. So we're gonna need to push that car around. We can get the crew together to push. What is your Twitch name, John McCarn? So I'm not going to remember everybody's Twitch name if they tell me on here, but I try. I try. Damn it. I'm gonna see if I can get the crew together to push that Jeep in. I guess we'll just push it in this 8 there. Jason, you can help push the Jeep. Okay. No will help though. He's super helpful like that. Jason said no, he's not helping.
What Jeep?
It's out front, Wrangler. Big jacked up one out there. Kind of like that Carolina squatting mother trucker. If there's one thing that you see at the USC game, it's a lot of trucks lowered on the back end and raised on the front end.
Okay. Soft.
What, because you guys almost clutched defeat from the jaws of victory?
Because we played a high school team. It was like really, really bad. Matter of fact, all football this week was bad. Even the NFL.
Even the NFL. The NFL is always the most upstanding and amazing place to watch sports. Let's go push. We're gonna go push.
Where we put the Jeep?
No, sir.
truck now is one foot down.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I know they call it the Carolina squat. Noah, what do you think of the Carolina squat?
Pretty well.
It's pretty hot, sexy.
Can't wait to go through transmissions.
They go through transmissions? Why? Diff? Oh, because all the oil's in the back of the transmission? Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that. That's funny. But yeah, when they get towed, it looks level. They just pick them up and whoop. So our first problem is battery connection sucks. So what we have here is a failure to communicate. Okay. Wrangler, Jeep Wrangler. 2010 Jeep Wrangler Unlimited. Go to Bay 8. No crank. Obviously, no start either. Does it not spin over? Tip jar. Cheer cup. Pause. So for starts, I guess we'll start recording because you never know if it comes out something good. So we have here a 2010 Jeep Wrangler Unlimited with a big old giant V6 3.8 liter. Super massive. Putting out tons of horsepower. And our first starting problem I want to fix is these connections suck, but I can't just tighten that because it's a bolt that goes through here, and on the underside you can't, it just won't tighten. So I'm gonna take it off here and we're gonna do that. See if I can't get it to tighten up some more. I don't think that's our problem per se, but I don't want it to be our problem and then be like, oh, well, if you'd just done that in the first place. So start with the easy stuff, man. Start with the easy stuff. Worst thing is that it's the easy stuff. So I know we think that it's 13. Usually 13 is that big. Of course, ideally you want to take off the negative battery cable first. And this one's just as tight. This is off to a great start. Great start, I tell you. Great start. What? What a jerk. It's not a 13. One's a 13, the other one's a, I don't know, 12. 11. 11, is this going to be your time to shine? No, no, it will not be. It's 12. Oh, goodness gracious. See what I mean? It's just a Phillips head on the bottom. I don't know what size the top is. All right, I need you to not touch each other. Thanks. Needs a locking nut on there somewhere. Let's get this big one. Just grab a 10 and a ratchet. Stay. There. At least it's a better connection. Put this wrench down before we short something. Wouldn't be the first time. Won't be the last. Hello, Rusty. Sorry, I didn't realize that touched. There. Good. There's one. I don't know if this one's possible to get any tighter though. It's an 11. It's actually an 11. Look at Mr. 11, it's your time to shine. See the most shiny unused socket of my toolbox. Gets used every once in a great while. There. Now I got everything firm and connected. Nice and firm. Such firm, much connected. This is 7/16. Why is it 7/16? It's standard. Why don't you know that 11 is a 7/16? Because I don't care! Why not? You should know all the fractions. I've hated fractions since I was like 6. When they were first told to me. And I said, what dumb is this? Start it. Humana. Nope. All right, so now we're gonna have to figure out one of two things. One, is it easier to get to the back of the starter and check that, or is there somewhere else in the wiring we can get to check that starter signal, to make sure it's either sending a signal to the starter and the starter's just not doing anything, or what? Of course, the starter's under the car over there, because, you know, Americans made 4x4s, Americans made freedom units. Oh, I had this question yesterday. We were watching baseball? No. I think I just saw a thing on baseball. Anyway, I thought about it for a minute. And something that I really came to this conclusion of is, you guys do realize that anybody that is playing baseball outside of America is using our American culture. And I welcome them to play baseball because it was conceived of and founded in America. And it's a great sport. A lot of people love it. So, yeah. It's nice. It's nice. I never really, stopped to consider it's so very American to play. Why is this thing being so weird? To play the baseballs. Wasn't it over here? Damn it, how do I always keep getting on the wrong side? Yeah, it's on this side. Awesome. Let's try not to electrocute ourselves. That'd be great. Ooh, I found the connection. Ooh. Come off, you bastard. I guess I could just back probe you too. Yep, we can just back probe it. I can't get to, it's under the intake, or under the manifold. I mean, you might be able to reach it, but I can reach it a lot easier under there. No, not way easier. Calm down. I'm gonna have to start calling you Rotax. Actually, if I set this up right, rattle, rattle, rattle. What you talking about? I want to make sure the circuit's good from the top to the bottom. Noah, good to see you. So awesome that you're here. Have you hit the like button on this video yet? Have you done that, Noah? You haven't? Oh my God. How can I possibly work with such an... I'm gonna need you to come over here and try and start it because I'm gonna back probe the start signal wire. Hi. What's gonna be a good thing to grab to? Something not painted, preferably. Oh, look, a ground connection, or what could be a ground connection. For starters, do we have battery voltage down here? Yes, we do. All right, go ahead and try and start it. But don't run me over, that's all I ask. Yeah, we have a starter signal, so we got a bad starter. Yeah, we do. I wasn't expecting that. Give me a hammer. Just like a bottom drawer brass hammer. Thank you. What is under my neck? Oh, my necklace. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna tap it and you can try and start it. Oh, we got to click that time. Keep clicking it, like, just keep trying. All right, cool. Well, starter. Whoop, whoop. Yep, I heard it click a couple times. I also heard it click a couple times, so we're on the right track. Hell yeah. Did you guys see what I was doing down there? I don't know if you could. I hope so, because it was good diagnostics. I liked it. Any questions, comments, concerns, yelling? You want to yell at me about that? You did it wrong. You did it the bad way. You did it the wrong way. If you'd only done that, it would have started. Bridget, you would not have to crawl under it? Are you saying short it? Like use the... Try to short the power wire to the start solenoid? Is that what you're telling me to do? I wanted to make sure we were getting a signal from the key. Because as Noah brought up, he's like, I thought that he was aware that there is a ignition issue with those Wranglers, that their ignition switches start going bad at some point. He's calling me Bridget. So yes, I wanted to make sure that the entire circuit worked from start to finish. Because even if I tested it to like the fuse box or something, like, oh, it's got a signal, well then I still would want to test it all the way down to the starter, so we went ahead and went down to the starter. Oh, yeah, I get to write down that it needs a starter. All right, so thus far we've diagnosed that it needs a starter. So we will go ahead and write that down. As if you didn't follow along with what the test was we went under the car. On the starter you have a big cable, which is your starter motor like power. It's the really big thick cable. Then you have a little push-on connector, which is going to be the signal from the key to tell it to do all that stuff. So unless there is either way, the starter is getting the signal from the key. So I had Noah in the car, he turned the key on, tried to start it, and I had it back probed, connected to the starter, and you saw it light up. So then grabbed me a hammer, tapped it, he tried to do it, we heard a click this time, it didn't click before, and so the starter started doing a little bit more, but it still won't actually start. So we're going to recommend and sell them a starter. And if I get to put it on, we'll record it. If not, then well, you got this lovely how to diagnose a starter on a Jeep Wrangler 2010 rather quickly. It's very under there. Yeah, it's not hard to access. There. All right. Checked signals to starter. Have both power and starting signal. Starter is bad. Replace. Okay, thanks, bye. Mileage on the car is 164,045. 164,045. Ta-da, 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 bum bum, bum 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 bum. Demonetized because I made too many noises with my face. Now we'll eat some food. Now we'll eat some food. We're not even gonna clock out though. We're just gonna eat and stand in the toolbox because I mean, maybe we'll sit, but either way, I'm waiting again, so I might as well eat. Let me go throw my food in the microwave. I'm gonna go up there and tell them that they need to hurry up and order a starter, get her done, and yeah, Noah could probably put that in. concerned that if we crank over the engine, it might unlock the starter and make it work again. Awesome. Also, if you guys are watching on the live and you are maybe have a slightly unstable internet connection, every once in a while you want to check to make sure that you're actually watching the live. Where did my drink go? Did I take it into the kitchen and not fill it up or not bring it out of the kitchen? Totally a distinct possibility. Tater tot casserole. Also, I know Friday wasn't the case, but most of the time, if you're watching, I eat food that is provided to me by my wife. Because she makes extras for dinner, so that way I can have lunches. Every once in a while, you will see me come and be like, I have no lunch. And so I will get something else, but that's because 2, almost 3 teenage boys eat lots of food. And so my wife's like, I made 2 pots of it, and they ate it all. They ate all of it. They descended on it like hyenas on a frickin' feast. Oh, there's my cup. And they just devoured it. There was blood everywhere. Death, destruction, carnage, and chaos. It was terrible. Ah. Also, I have the best bowl known to man, thank you. There will be no arguments nor discussion. Comments or concerns? You listen here, man. These bowls were 25 cents a piece. And they are fantastic. Tater tot casserole. Very pink. Pink is your collar. Yeah, we're doing a short lunch break. Mostly because I'm waiting for stuff to happen, so I might as well eat. But remember, we are leaving early today, so we have about an hour and a half left, regardless of what happens. So I'm just having some food, because once I leave here, I go home, pick up the child, we go to the orthodontist, then we do that stuff for a while, which I don't know how long that'll take. They were like, "You're gonna be coming back?" I was like, no, I don't really want to. I don't really want to. I would like to do something else. Cool. Cool. And do the starter. What also made me stream to YouTube? My tater tot casserole did, I'm sure. Heretic's fired up. He's ready to make this work. We're gonna do maximum damage on YouTube. Maximum damage! 4,200 views in the past 48 hours. Whoop. Lunch bark. Woof woof. I haven't decided what price I want to set. I figure I want to be a little cheaper than everybody else. I can't start a poll in here, can I? But do you think $399 to $499 makes any real difference? That's the question. Like, what do you think the... I mean, I'm not going to make it like $10 or anything like that. That'd be stupid. But... Tree fitty.
God, we're going to make you ultimately in charge of that Subaru, whether it works or not.
What?
Yeah. You're the closest.
What the hell? Why?
Because you're close to him and because you know things.
Is it because the dollar signs are in it? Oh, God. True. Yeah, there's tiers. I can set the price. What?
Mr. Washington's front end's hanging down. So whenever you get a chance, you would know what to check.
Okay. Lunchbrock. Yeah, we have had supply chain issues. Nothing super serious yet, though. I'm really worried stuff's going to seriously come to a head soon. When it comes to all the shipping and supply chain issues, like our food, our grocery stores, they're looking kind of weak, you know. I guess the question is, if I set it to $5, you know, $4.99, that'd pretty much be your average person. Do you think that I would get a substantial amount more people if I set it to like $2.99 or $3 or something? I also got to set up my stream elements for YouTube. But yeah, just to put it succinctly, in the past week that we've been streaming on YouTube, I have doubled the amount of subscribers I get on an average month, and it's been a week. So, imagine what happens after a whole month, is what I'm pretty excited about. Poke myself in the eye. So, again, this part isn't political, but can anybody explain to me? Because I only know like kind of surface level stuff about the supply chain thing. What is specifically causing the hiccups? Is it, I know that we have a bunch of ships off the coast, so is it that they don't have enough people at the ports to unload this stuff and enough truck drivers to drive it around? Or are they not letting them in because of like Corona or something? Like you can't let that stuff dock and unload because we have to test it? I don't know. So there's a labor shortage in shipping, trucking, and manufacturing. How? I believe that's probably going to get into the politics, isn't it? The ports are running at capacity, and then we shut down for Rona. Then we're going to see a lot of it. Yeah. True, there is a mass exodus of baby boomers that are retiring because they're like, nah, Corona, I'll just retire. I mean, that's what Flies did. Flies is one of my viewers that used to be an airline pilot, and he retired because they were like, well, we're shutting down stuff, and he was like, I'll just retire 6 months early. Mm-hmm. Also, I got a haircut this weekend. Not only did I get a haircut, I got all of them cut. Jesus. So that's why the recycling aluminum cans is cheaper now, or more profitable. When do they finish my haircut? Meh, 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 meh. Well, you see what it is it's a robot that I go to once every couple weeks, and it just grabs my head and goes bzzz. It's supposed to shave my head, but it's got the blades in the middle are broken, so that's how we've gotten to this. What color should we make it? Red and on removing to YouTube. All right, chat. So do we do $2.99 or $3.99 for the YouTube membership? You would go $4.99? I mean, I don't want people to just feel like this is just the same thing as Twitch. Hey, Jay. Yeesh. That's pretty rough. This is something I am worried about. 60 Minutes. Facebook has realized that if they change the algorithm to be safer, people will spend less time on the site, they'll click on less ads, they'll make less money, says Facebook whistleblower. Francis Wagan? Content that is hateful or divisive, that is polarizing, it's easier to inspire people to anger than it is any other emotion. Look, man, if I make enough money on YouTube to replace my regular income, that would be the bee's knees. I could like actually really start planning for retirement. I can agree with you there. Well, the question would be, though, is it too addicting? Like, is it literally addicting? And so, you know, we have PSAs for gambling, PSAs for, like, cigarettes and tobacco and alcohol and blah, blah, blah. But we don't have any PSAs on, like, have you been on social media too much? Do you need to take a break? Maybe you should go outside. And it worries me. Although you guys don't go anywhere. You stay here. Just get ready. We're still staying here. No, I'm just kidding. Go outside if you really feel like it's that time. So, if you're watching this and you happen to be one of those type of people that tends to be very addicted to social media, and that's how you ended up here, then I highly encourage you to start small, but be like, you know, half an hour. I'm not going to get on social media. I'm going to go outside and take a walk. Just do it. You know, go walk around. Go stare at a tree. Be bored. Because even then, science has shown that being bored is actually very beneficial to your brain. Gives it time to process stuff. Gives it time to, you know, put things in long-term memory, things like that. I think, maybe it is social-ish media, but like, you're not, I guess it depends on what you're consuming. But I would say, yeah, generally it's social media. Like, if you spend all of your day watching YouTube and you never go outside, same thing. Like, turn it off for a little bit, go outside. Go lay under a tree and read a book. Or whittle a stick. That was how I occupied myself when I was at my son's scout stuff. He's got scout stuff to do. I don't have to do anything. I just got to sit here and exist. So I picked up a branch off the ground, used my pocket knife and cut it down to a size I wanted to, and then started whittling away, just shaving off the stuff like that. Forums would be social media. They would be social media. I don't know, would they be? I would assume so, but they're not quite, because you're not being fed content. It's just a place that people like sticking Post-it notes. Versus, say, if you were to go like truly social media, like YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, Instagram. It's all tickling that parts of your brain that it's not supposed to be tickling that easily. So I would say the main social medias would be Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Reddit. Even Reddit, not quite as much. TikTok. Snapchat. But like Snapchat can be used more cohesively with like a smaller group, say it's just like you and your wife or you and your friends or whatever. And hopefully you guys all agree, like, yeah, what stays or what hits Snapchat stays there. I don't know. I concur. Jedi Outlast. Or Jedi Last. So you look at me. Old school. Yeah, I mean, we don't, in my household, all the kids have their own computers. However, all their computers are in the living room with my computer and where my wife watches TV. So, like, we are always with them. And we play a lot of video games together, too. So, like last night we were playing Risk, and then we played Borderlands. And so, it's like, it's one of those things. I think it does well for us. Try OF Live once. I know it stands for OnlyFans. Alright, so I have one major question on this starter. There is a shroud around it that looks like it's like steel zip tied to it. And I don't know if I'm supposed to cut that or does it come undone somehow? Does it like unclip? It looks like it's basically a metal tie strap. Trying to see how I can get you guys down in there and see without being in my way at the same time. Maybe we gotta go up front here. Yeah, man, I'm working on a Jeep. Let's get our other camera stand. Somewhere up in that general direction. It's a little bit bright out there. We're gonna have to get a flashlight. Can you even see the starter yet? I don't see the starter. We might be too close. I see the starter, but do you see the starter? It's blocked by that trailing arm right there. Yeah, it's under there. Yeah, disappear. What exact time is the orthodontist? Oh, it's at 2. I need to leave before then. Noah.
Yep.
You're probably gonna have to do the starter install once it gets here, unless it's here right now. You still got that, I know we got a slidey thing. I can't think of the name suddenly. You know, you lay on it and roll around. Creeper, there we go.
Put it back over there.
Okay. I don't know how in the hell I had a brain fart for a creeper. There's so many of them in the world. I don't see where it is. You put it over here by Eric's stuff? You must have moved it then. Oh. Good thing I'm not in charge of finding obvious things. I guess it's good that I don't work out in the wilderness, or I'd be dead from a bear that's standing behind me. I'll be like, what bear? That bear! What bear? All right, so we got this little strap here that I'm pretty sure just gets cut off. And that one also gets pulled off. And then you got 2 bolts. Looks like probably 15s. Can you guys see the starter though? Can you see what I'm, like, this is the starter right here. This is the cover for the starter. And yeah, so I need a pair of snips and like I said, 15. Also, of course, need to disconnect the negative battery cable off the battery. Can you guys see it okay? Because I can't see what the camera sees until I get out from under there. Wait a second. All right, we need pliers. Cutting tools. Maybe something like this. And then like a 13, 14, and a 15, I guess. So these should cover it. Oh, right, battery. There, battery's disconnected. I'm just gonna assume you guys said yes on the, you could see it. There. Yeah, this is just a, it's like a tie strap. And that's what it's all about. I guess that all the wire's intact here, it looks like. So then, we just need to take loose these bolts. Which size are these? Nuts. They're bigger than a 15, so something else. Although, is this a 15 or 13? Also, we gotta figure out how to get this connector unplugged. Come loose. Ah, there we go. Got that loose. I presume this is probably a 13. Yep. Ah. Nuts. I wasn't recording that. So let's try a 16. 16 and 17. We'll get two different ratchets, as well as a ratcheting wrench. Oh, smack. There, that should be a good view, isn't it? So what we did is we got the heat shield off, which is a strap that we cut, and then pulled off this clip, trimmed it, and popped that up, pulled the whole shroud off. So you got a 13 millimeter for the nut for the starter wire, and then you got this little thing that you gotta push down to dislodge the starter signal wire. Now, we're just getting the starter off, which is that 17? 16. 16 is the winner, because 15 was too small. Now the question is, yes, we can do that. Wrong way. So that bolt goes through here. Let's try the top bolt. top bolt different size. Nope. So I gotta let blood get back to my hands. Good Lord. Either that's the wrong size, or I'm really bad at this. Both of which are possible. Let me get a deep well 15 and 16 in case I'm just not getting on it well enough. But that's a much better view, isn't it? I ain't dropping that front drive shaft. There ain't no reason to. Crazy person. Oh, it is the 15 at the top. Okay. So it's 15 at the top, 16 at the bottom. Weird. Dang it. Because then I get to take a nap and nobody notices.
Why not just lift it?
Lift it with what?
Huh?
Lift it with what?
Any of our lifts?
Well, we didn't push it into a bay with a lift.
Oh. Okay.
As you can clearly see, it is over here.
I can see what you're doing.
Is the starter here?
I don't know, I just got back.
Oh,
I'll find out though.
yeah. Thanks, bud. Always get the hardest bolt out first, because then hopefully you don't have to hold on to the unit while you're trying to get the hard bolt out. And so now we got the short one at the top off. Now we're just gonna get this one off, if it'll move. Oh shit. Oops. Okay. There it is. I gotta get an electric ratchet. Boo. Trying not to hurt this cable here, which isn't making life easy. Ow, my finger. We'll get that thing unstuck in a second. There's the old starter. There. Good. Yep. Alright, old starter's out. Hooray. This goes up here like this. Hooray. Why does it seem like it wants to fit under there? Aha, there we go. That's how it fits. Like that. I'm presuming the new one's not here. Oh. Not a big fan of lying down to work, but it worked all right. me go see my starter's here yet. One second. Alrighty. New one in hand, although I don't know what's right. Oh, did they redesign it? Nope. Not even close. Not even close. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Totally the wrong starter. Awesome. Hold on. Let me go back up there and yell at them again. Yeah, it's cut on the wrong side. What you trying to figure out?
All sorts of shit, man.
This thing goes under all that to the intake.
But this, I guess, goes on the other side. You know, I got it on the right side.
Oh, you're killing me, Jason. Killing me! This is not a manual. Very much not. All right, well, we're not going to get a new starter anytime in the immediate future because they totally have the wrong one. Either they sent us the wrong one or whatnot. So, at least it's good enough that I can get you a video because taking it out's the hard part, putting it back in's the easy part. Oh. What is that noise? Pop the hood. I think it's the fan. You can do it. I believe in you. Not the fan. That's a chain rattle. Come out and listen. Let's go find out what this is about, eh? Ah, bad pulley. Yeah, I'd put down a bad pulley. We'd have to diagnose specifically which one, but there's a dry belt pulley that's making that obnoxious noise. For you lovely people in the chat, something mostly when I was listening to that, it seemed the loudest, but I also heard it really loud through there, heard it really loud through there, a little bit here, but it's much, much louder right here. So whatever that is, I presume it's one of those two pulleys that's probably gone bad. Makes a max rattle. Max rattle. Need to diagnose some more. Mainly take the belt off, spin the pulleys, stuff like that. Check them for looseness. Check them for being loosey-goosey. Oi. Thank you guys for just joining, for hitting that thumbs up. Ugh, the only thing I don't like about laying down, kills my heartburn. If there's one thing that makes my heartburn more heartburny is tater tot casserole. Well then, I guess I'm gonna have to teach Noah how to do this in case it gets here while I'm gone and they need it done today. Washing up, washing up, washing up. Washing up, washing up, washing up. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Gojo works for all. Or this purple power stuff, which is like Gojo, which is just as good. Yes, I am. I have to go to an orthodontist appointment at 2. Oh my God. Did I miss a bunch of dirtiness? Unfortunately, but it's gonna happen. But we got some content made for the day. We got a little leak down testing of the engine. This side bad? Yeah, pretty bad. If only I had some sort of mirror-like device, something that could reflect my reflectiness. There. Yeah, it's pretty good. At least clean enough. Not gonna leave stains on my seats. All right, I gotta run. We pretty much have to be there at 2, so I gotta run home, grab the child, and then get to the orthodontist. So, I will see you guys tomorrow for show. We might stream this evening on Twitch. If you don't follow my Twitch, it's also another lovely place to follow. Link in the description. Sometimes I stream there, we yell about stuff, and generally have a bad time. So, thank you all for joining me. It's been fantastic. Ending for that Jeep. We don't have the starter that we got for the Jeep is not the correct starter, so we have to order a different starter, but we do have the old starter out so we can look it up by part number, etc., to make it even easier. So we have enough content, like getting it out is the hard part. You got it out, be able to get it back in, get you a new working starter, and then you can drive off into the sunset and hopefully never see that car again. So thank you all very much for joining me. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Like, share, and subscribe. Yay!